everyone. Sorry I'm starting so late. I had to make some food and I was wrapping something up. I didn't realize how far behind I was on stream VODs. And one of them is going to expire on Twitch, and then I just kind of lose it because I don't have enough room on my computer. Oh, sorry, Lulu. You okay? I didn't know you were down there. Sorry, I'm back. I accidentally kicked my dog. I didn't know she was right underneath me. I thought she was sitting behind me. I'm sorry. I think she forgives me. Okay. Once again, I forgot to open the project before starting. But yeah, I didn't realize how far behind on stream VODs I was. So I've been cutting down a handful of them today. So you can look forward to seeing those on YouTube in the coming weeks. Probably in the next week. Anyway. Okay, so yesterday we got the basic spawn manager working. We can get more complicated with that. Which I think I do want to do. I haven't figured out how I want to do that. Lulu. I'm giving her a carrot. Can probably hear her munching on the carrot. All right. But yeah, so I'm not really sure what we're going to do next. Actually, I do know what we're going to do next. We're going to save a backup. I'm just waiting for it to load. Here we go. Okay, so checking for changes. There shouldn't be any changes. Okay, so here's where we're looking at right now. Zombies spawn, and they move around. We can shoot. More spawn after you kill them. On wave 3, we get an ability. We're gonna go with the rockets. can shoot the rockets. We can't shoot rockets for about 5 seconds after. Rockets have that detection radius. Rockets will shoot straight until something is caught within that radius, in which case it will go toward that item. Or toward that enemy. So there we go. Hang on a second. Okay, that does still work. Okay, maybe the tanks are too heavy. I was gonna say because they're not being launched. The tank wasn't being launched, so I guess maybe the tank is just has too much mass for it to do anything. But that's okay. All right. Oh, wrong thing. So spawn manager. Uh, sp- Spawn stuff. We got the basic functionality working. Um, so now we need to export. We're gonna make a backup. We're gonna call this version 0.2. Cool. All right, we have a backup. So that step is done. Okay. Let's watch this lab video really quick. I should recap what we did in this lab 4 exercise.
So, to wrap up everything we did in this project, we added in some more functionality. So now our non-player objects have some basic movement. You can see them spawning all around our scene. Our objects are destroyed whenever they leave that view that our player can see. Collisions between our objects are handled appropriately. So if I collect one of these power-ups, see it disappears, and if I can run into one of these enemies, we should see a debug statement. Oh, just missed it. I'm too fast. Ah, there you go. And you can see that we have all of our different objects spawning at different times. and random locations. In addition, we did a great job of creating our own basic gameplay by ourselves. So, in my case, I created this spawn manager. I used the invoke repeating method to spawn both my enemies and my power ups. And then in my move down script, I made it so that I could move all of the different objects whenever they spawned, like our obstacles, and destroy them when they left our scene. In the next lab, we'll start replacing all of our different objects in our world with assets, so that way our game looks a lot more polished. With that, we'll see you in the next lab.
Here we go. Okay, so we're probably going to start adding assets to it. We have the rocket ability already with an asset, so we're going to continue to the next thing. Oh, this is a quiz? I guess we can take the quiz. Question 1. You're trying to write down... Oh, let me turn the music back on. You're trying to write some code that creates a random age between 1 and 100 and prints that age, but there is an error. What would fix the error? Log generate random age. So the spelling's fine. Change line 1 to private float age? No. The word int. Add the word int to line 8. So it says int age. Oh, yeah. It needs to be an integer. That's not even declaring type. The following message was displayed in the console. Monica has $20. Which of the line options in the print names function produced it? New string and money equals 5. Monica has $20. It could be option B, I think. Wait, no, she has $20? Money times 2? But if she has $20... Hold on a second. I'm missing something here. I think it's B. Money equals 2. I think it's option B. I'm not super confident in The code below produces error CS0029, cannot implicitly convert type float to unity.engine vector 3. Which of the following would remove the error? Starting velocity, change it. You can change that to on line 3, change the equal to plus. No, that wouldn't work. Well, actually, it might. I think either one of those would work. Oh my god, my allergies are horrible today. Which of the following follows Unity's naming conventions, especially as it relates to capitalization? Float forward input, input.getAxis, vertical. It would be A. Right? Yeah. You're trying to assign the power-up variable to the inspector, but it is not showing up in the player controller component. What is the problem? Oh, it's private. Power-up variable should be public. Your game has just started and you see the error unassigned reference exception. The variable player indicator of player controller has not been assigned. What is likely the solution to the problem? Player controller variable in the script needs to be declared. An object needs to be dragged onto the player indicator variable in the inspector. You are trying to create a new method that takes a number and multiplies it by 2. Which method would do that? B. No. Let's try. Actually, because voids don't return anything. B. Right? Hold on. assets, script. Shit. Whatever. I didn't want it to open Visual Studio right now. But that's fine, I guess. I mean, we're gonna need to use it anyway, so... Is it in this? Yo, how's it going? I'm not too bad. Kind of hot. Yeah, for sure. I had to get raid and run because it was getting really late and I was really tired. What the hell? What are you doing? You okay? What's up? Oh, my stream volume is? I don't know why it's so low. There, hopefully that sounds a little bit better. Yeah, I'm using Streamlabs. I like using Streamlabs. Alright. Oh, really? I mean, I've used regular OBS before. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. I don't know if I still have it on my computer, though. I do know that everything keeps breaking down on me just because... What the fuck is going on here? I already answered those. Oh. How was that shooting game you put together before? It turned out fine. I think it's out on itch.io or itch.io. And it's playable, like you can play it, and it's got yeah, it's a finished prototype. It doesn't look pretty or anything, but like it plays through and doesn't break. Even though the code behind it is very inefficient and kind of messily put together, but it works. And I've certainly gotten a lot better at coding. There's a ton of stuff in that I would have done differently, but it worked for what it was at the time, so I'm not gonna, mess with it. Game dev is so fucking tough. It is. It's very hard. Especially bigger projects. This one hasn't been too bad, but... Yeah, I got back into Unity. I'm probably gonna mess around with Unreal more after I finish what I've been doing with Unity, which is I want to finish the junior programmer pathway, maybe look at a different pathway. Either way, it doesn't hurt to have a kind of a diversified skill set, because there's definitely still studios that use Unity. It's still relatively popular, but after the shit show that happened last year, everyone's just kind of like, let's do something else. Got a course on Unity once, but I don't think I retained much. Yeah, I mean, I went to college for it, and after spending like a year away from Unity, actually it was longer than that before I got back into it. I felt like I had to relearn a bunch of stuff. I wouldn't say it's dead. It's definitely been damaged and like irreparable. But after they got rid of Riccatello and put in Major Nelson, he used to be at Xbox before he left. I think I have a little bit more faith in it with him there, but I want to see something actionable, like some real changes. Because I don't know what that sound was. I keep hearing something really weird. Always seemed like a good indie engine. Yeah. A lot of indie games were made in it. Actually, one that I played recently was made in it. Have a Nice Death was made in Unity. That game's really fun. Which comment best describes the code below? On trigger enter if spike destroy other. Time I used it, I felt very bare bones, and adding assets felt weird and separate in the interface rather than how Unreal handles that type of stuff. It's a lot better now. You can literally just go to assets and go to asset store. And it's built in right into the engine. Oh. Never mind. You have to go into the browser. Well, so much for that. Close tab. But yeah, I'm just more familiar with Unity, so I've just been doing stuff in that. But I do want to learn other engines. I want to learn Unreal. It's just so intimidating to have to do the blueprinting or C++, because C# isn't C# isn't supported natively. And it's like, if it's not supported natively in Unreal, I feel like the likelihood that it would be used at some other company is very low. It's probably better to learn the stuff that's native to Unreal and maybe learn some other add-ons along the way, but yeah. Game dev was always the first thing I wanted to do as a career, like programming, but I just didn't go to school. I did go to school for it, but you don't really have to. Honestly, this junior programmer pathway on Unity's website has been really good. Like, it takes you from the basics to giving you the unit that I'm doing right now is, I just got done with this, which is essentially taking a bunch of stuff that you learned all in the previous units and learning to do it independently. I mean, there's like steps and stuff, but it's like they're very brief with the directions instead of walking you step by step. If relevant, add rigid body. Create new scripts for objects to be instantiated. Like, it's not giving you the actual code anymore. It's just telling you, here's what you're going to do next. Right? And that's what got this. And this is what we're working with so far. All the basics are there. But next we're going to start putting some assets in. There's some design stuff that I want to mess around with for how I want to handle these waves, just to make it a little bit more interesting. Found a rocket. And there's debug attached to the rocket right now. Whatever enemies enter that red circle, the rocket will home in on. Otherwise, it just goes straight. That took me forever to figure out how to do. And they get blown up. And the amount of zombies on the field doubles each wave. Ugh. Aiming is still a little bit weird because it's raycasting to the plane. So if my mouse goes outside of the plane, it's not casting and it's not hitting anything because there's nothing there. So I might have to figure out how to do it. Oh. Hell yeah. And the big boys have some extra mass. It's all a little like that. Yeah. I mean, I did music for most of my life. And then at some point just kind of decided I wasn't happy doing that anymore. And I went from like learning how to play drums at 7 and then just kind of had the the life dream of doing that professionally, and I don't think I ever really wanted to. It was just something that I thought was expected of me, or yeah, it was just like I wasn't as interested in it as I felt like I had to be, or I wasn't as interested in it as I thought I was supposed to be. And instead of just reflecting on how I felt about that and just deciding maybe this isn't what I want to do. I like music and I like playing music, but I don't think I want to pursue this professionally. And once I decided that maybe I loved video games more than I loved music, I felt like I was able to fall back in love with music in a way that felt healthier, in the sense of, this is a hobby that I'm really, really enjoying, but it isn't my career. I don't know. I guess maybe when I felt like that was supposed to be my career, it almost felt like an imprisonment instead of a passion. And once I was able to let go of that, it was like, oh, I love music as a hobby, but not as a profession. And then video games became something that I wanted to do as a profession. And I think I have a much healthier relationship with video games as a career, because it's like there's a drive here that I've never had with music. At least not a real drive. There's nothing wrong with dipping your toe in a million different things. I know you're like, people say that you're supposed to do that in your 20s or whatever, but it's like, some people don't do that in their 20s. Some people don't do it in their 30s. Some people don't even do it in their 40s. Like, I don't remember which person it was, but there's a fashion designer who didn't put out her first design until she was like in her mid 50s. So it's like, you literally have your entire life to find something you're passionate about, and then just do that for the rest of your life once you find it. Didn't have the resources to do that. That's understandable. And that's kind of where I'm at now, doing getting a day job, is now I can have income to support this, or I will have income to support this, so that I can continue to pursue video games without worrying about money. And then when the next opportunity comes along, I'll jump at it. But in the meantime, I'm just going to enjoy making my own stuff, and sharpening my development skills and stuff. Which has been nice. It's been kind of fun. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. It didn't save any of my questions? Seriously? Sound design, etc., etc., etc. Really got technical and stopped being fun. Felt like I lost my edge in creativity. Now I feel like I want to get back into it, which I am slowly, but now I'm doing all this content creation. Yeah, I totally get that. Learning the technical stuff, I feel like, can be... You kind of have to... When I was doing music, you kind of have to balance being able to do the fun stuff with the technical stuff. Like, because when learning an instrument, like, actual, like, productive practice always is... It's frustrating. Like, that kind of practice is frustrating, it's exhausting, and not very fun because you're pushing the boundaries of what you can play, and you just always feel like shit. like you're terrible at what you're doing. So it's like, it's nice to play. It was always nice to play stuff and like play stuff that you are good at. I don't know if that's translatable DJing, but like you balance, like, learn the technical stuff and then mess around with stuff that's fun and kind of go back and forth. That way you're constantly learning, but you're not burning yourself out. I totally understand that. Like, why am I learning this stuff if I suck at making music? Then again, everyone told me I have talent and made some good music, so it's weird. I relate to that a lot. I was kind of treated like a child prodigy. So for like the first 5 or 6 years of my performing career, I was basically just kind of floating along on raw talent. And then once I got into an area where I was competing with other people, I fucking sucked. So it was like I had to relearn how to like actually practice, which was really tough to have to face, because when you float by on raw talent and you think you're like this really good player, only to be royally humbled as soon as you start playing with other people, is just but it's a learning experience. Hi, Hinderlogan, how's it going? What program is this? We're working in Unity. And right now we're kind of taking a quiz and chatting a bunch. Oh, actually, hold on a second. I wonder if I got this wrong before. I got some legit DJ gigs and won a remix contest and got to open up for this dubstep DJ, but it was a local only contest and I felt like I got lucky. In terms of me doing any game dev stuff, as much as I think I'd have some great ideas, I bet just being a composer would be how I could do it. Yeah, I mean, video game composing is definitely an important role. It's the music in a game sets a lot of what the tone is. Like, can you imagine what Journey would feel like if the soundtrack was like a bunch of like heavy metal? It would feel like a completely different game. Even if that was the only thing that changed, it would feel completely different because of that. Plus, I'm sure you can look up to like tutorials and stuff on how to like practices for video game composing, because I know it's different from like movies or stuff like that. I like replaying games with different genres of music, and it changes shit around. That's really interesting. I don't think I've ever heard anyone doing that before. Trying to write some code that creates a random age between 1 and 100 and prints that age. Especially do that with games like Elden Ring. Elden Ring is a perfect game for that. My brother actually kind of did that. He played the first Assassin's Creed before I'd even ever heard of it. And he would have like a playlist going on the Xbox 360. And I Stand Alone by, I think it was Godsmack, playing. And it felt very different. It felt like a very different game when that was playing. Just wanted to check those other chats. Playing any From game with death metal playing is fucking dope, but on the flip side, more chill music changes the vibe so much too. The music really does set the tone. I think that does need to return age, because otherwise it's not going to return anything. Because age isn't being used. Age equals random.range 1 through 101. It needs to return age. I would have gotten that wrong before. I think this was B. I think both of those would work. This was A. Power variable should be public. Yeah. Lo-fi video game beats. Yeah, so what just played was Island Broadcast. It's a remix of that. I don't know what song this is. Soft Spoken? I don't know what that's from. Object needs to be dragged there. I don't remember what this one was. Oh. You are trying to create. Anytime you need to play test or will test your game for free, I'm always down. Hell yeah. I appreciate it. Once it's like actually a game, I'll put it in itch.io. Right now it's like just a prototype. You can't really do anything outside of you start the game. My other one's out on itch.io though. I have a couple games in there. There's that one, and I have my capstone project is there too. 50 game demos during Steam Next Fest? Holy shit, that's a lot. Oh, sorry, Lulu. Hi, baby. You just chilling down there? Yeah, you chilling down there? Hi, baby. Okay. I don't remember which one this was. These are getting harder. If I needed to return the number... I think it needs to be private float. And it needs to take in... It's not D, because it's not taking anything in as a parameter. It needs to take in a parameter, so it's got to be one of these. But I don't know if it would be a void or a float. Because I don't think voids return anything. I'm going to go with B. I mean, worst case scenario, I get it wrong. It's not like I'm being graded and the answers are permanent. It's just test your knowledge and see how you do. If the enemy... public class enemy, private void on trigger, enter, other, if other, dot compare tag, spike, destroy, other. So if enemy collides with a spike, destroy the spike. I don't know why you would ever do that, but... Code below produces the error, cannot implicitly convert Unity Engine dot game object to Unity Engine dot rigid body. What could be done to fix the issue? On line 3... add dot get component rigid body before the semicolon? Yes. Because that will convert it. Okay. Which of the following statements about functions or methods are correct? Functions and methods must be passed at least one parameter. That is false. Functions or methods with a void return type cannot be passed parameters. I don't know. A function or method with an int return type could include the code return 0.5. That is not true. Ints can only be whole numbers. If there was a function or method declared as private void rename object string new name, you could call that method with rename object. That is true. Wait. I don't know. Oh, it can be multiple things. A is not correct. C is not correct. So it has to be either B or D. I'm going to go with D. I got 8 out of 10 correct. It is not D, it is A. Or it's B? Is it B? Functions with a void return type can be passed parameters. Okay. So what was the other one I got wrong? Is it the one that I think I got wrong? Okay. Changing vector 3 to float would work because you would just be multiplying a flat by another float. Multiplying a float by another float. Changing equals to plus would not work because you can't add a float to a vector 3. Right. Okay. Yeah, you only need one to pass. Like, it's not like a grade or anything. It's just test your knowledge. But that's still not that bad. Continue. Unit 5. User interface. What are we looking at here? Clicky mouse. Keeping score. Game over. What's the difficulty? Whack a food. Swap out your assets. And then another quiz. Whew, boy. Come on, I got back to work. Ah, thanks. You too. Have a good rest of your day. Hell yeah. I appreciate you hanging out and talking and stuff. It's always good to talk to you. Alright, I'm actually going to take that opportunity to pause here. And I'm going to step away and stretch my legs and maybe do a little bit of cleaning for a couple minutes, and then we'll be back. And we're going to get started on Unit 5, and we're going to start working on UI stuff and like actually making this into a game loop. I think that's what we're probably going to start doing. Alright. So, we're going to take a pause there, and we'll be back in a few. Alright, I'm back. Hello, hello. Hi, Guga, how's it going? You guys can probably hear my dog eating in the background. And you'll probably hear her gagging. She's fine. You good? She scarfs down her food, so every time, like literally every time she eats, she chokes on her food. We have to like get her something to get her to slow down, like one of those like maze food bowls or whatever. I don't know why she scarfs her food down so fast. Did you enjoy your dinner? Alright, see you later. You're welcome. It's going, just fixing some busted code. Yeah, you and me both. Well, actually mine's fixed now, but... Day in the life. Am I right? What do you want now? You just ate. Do you have to go potty? There we go. Sorry about that. Lulu needed to be let outside, and we've had wasp nests being built like right outside. So I sprayed one with like all-purpose cleaner. I don't have any Raid or anything, so okay. Whoop. Oh, an ad's gonna start in about a minute and a half, by the way. Okay. So we started the timer, and we're getting started on Unit 5 for the Junior Programmer Pathway in Unity. So we're getting started on User Interface. Oh. Continue. There we go. And this is like a 7-hour part. Sorry, I'm worried about Lulu getting stung by wasps out there. Hold on a second. I'm just gonna let her back in. Hi, Verum. How's it going? I hope you've been well. Yeah, a little bit better now that I have a job that I think I start on Friday. I don't actually know. Lulu, no. And I've been enjoying making this little prototype too. But how are you doing? Good to see ya. Oh, we should probably pause the music and play this video. So we're starting Unit 5, and we're going to start getting into UI stuff.
Up to this point, with all of our prototypes, when you clicked run, you would just get thrown right into the gameplay. No hello, no how are you, just right to business.
Yeah, it's not a game dev job, unfortunately, but my unemployment ran out, so I kind of was just like, okay, well, I need income because my savings are not going to last that much longer without unemployment padding it out a little bit and kind of giving that cushion. So, but I'm starting as a table games dealer at a new Hard Rock Casino around where I live. So that should be somewhat decent income, I think. It's part-time, I think, I think I have a full-time option. At least that's what I said, and it sounded like that was possible, so... So we'll see. I will make tips, so that'll be nice. So at least that's going to bring in income while I can continue to still, pursue the games industry, and in the meantime, I can spend, my time off working on game dev stuff. I want to try and commit 3 hours every day to doing Unity or just video game stuff in general. 3 hours might be pushing it on some days, but if I can at least get an hour and a half to 2 hours, then I think that's still good enough. As long as I'm, still doing it every day is good enough for me.
Then during runtime, we've never tracked score, lives, or progress, so there was no real way for the player to tell how they were doing. And finally, when the game was over, the only way to restart the game was to stop the project and rerun it. Well, in this unit, things are going to be different, because we are going to create a prototype that opens with a beautiful title screen where the player can choose the difficulty. Then during the game, the player's score will be tracked and displayed. And at the end, there will be a game over screen where the player will be able to restart without rebooting the entire application.
Scream at him from across the room.
That right there is a 5-star user experience. All of those elements you just saw, the title screen, menu buttons, score display, and game over screen, fall into the all-important mission-critical category of user interface, or UI for short. The UI includes any text, buttons, or display that the user can read or interact with during their experience. And that is going to be the focus of this unit. As you saw, having a UI in your project makes it look a lot more professional. But it also allows your project to be fully playable. A fully playable game is one that the user can experience seamlessly from end to end without any game-breaking bugs or missing features. Having a UI will finally allow for that. It is the missing piece that will tie together everything you've learned up to this point. So without further ado, let's start creating.
Cool. I did do UI for my last portfolio project. I had to look up a lot of the UI stuff. I didn't actually learn it through here. So it's messy. I also have no idea how to anchor properly. So the UI mostly looks like shit, but it's functional and looks semi-decent and communicates information, which is all you needed to do. At least for like a prototype. It wasn't supposed to look like anything like super completed. It just needed to be like a completed prototype. Like, here's a game that's fully functional, and whatnot. But anyway. I didn't realize Google was in here already. Yeah. Screamed at him from across the room and he pointed at his monitor. That's really funny. I really hope you'll get back into the games industry soon. Yeah, me and God, 15,000 other people. You would think that by now layoffs are slowing down, but still every day there's new headlines of it. It's so exhausting. I'm ready for this shit to be over. But yeah. Alright, next item. What is clicky mouse? It's time for that final unit. We will start off... Oh, final unit. Alright, let's throw the music back on. It's time for the final unit. We will start off by creating a new project and... Okay. I thought we were going to be working on the zombie project still. Damn it. Well, we can take a pause from the zombie project. And we're going to learn how to do UI, I guess. Yep, we need starter files. Alright, next we'll start off by creating a new project and importing the starter files and switching the game's view to 2D. Next, we will make a list of target objects for the player to click on, 3 good objects and 1 bad. The targets will launch spinning into the air after spawning at a random position at the bottom of the map. Lastly, we will allow the player to destroy them with a click. Okay, so the project outcome, a list of 3 good target objects and 1 bad target object will spawn in a random position at the bottom of the screen, thrusting themselves into the air with random force and torque. These targets will be destroyed when the player clicks on them or they fall out of bounds. With how big and successful video games are, you'd think there would be a lot of security in the jobs. You would think. Record profits are still a thing. Or record revenue, at least. The problem is the revenue or the profits aren't big enough. So cutting costs is a way to make them bigger. And for whatever reason, instead of cutting the paycheck of big executives who are raking in millions, they let all of us go. You know, the ones who are making the products that make them money. I spent a little time in Unreal earlier today myself. No success in progressing in my grid logic, sadly. You'll figure it out. I mean, you saw yesterday, or was it yesterday? Maybe it wasn't yesterday, where I spent, I ended up spending like 2 or 3 hours alone just trying to get the rocket to do what I wanted it to do. That was after we had basic functionality for the rocket already. Just getting it to target based on aren't big enough, which realistically means execs continue making huge money that they don't need and let the peons go. Nailed it on the head. Yeah. But yeah, we got the rocket working the way functionally that we wanted it to, other than getting it to home in on an enemy based on whether it was within a certain distance of the rocket. That took forever to figure out how to do. But yeah. Alright. So clicky mouse. We've kind of done some click stuff, but...
In this prototype, objects will be tossed into the air, and the user has to click on them to destroy them. So the first thing you'll do is decide what kind of objects you want to obliterate. You could choose between sports balls, you could choose fruits and veggies, you could even choose the ingredients for my favorite healthy breakfast, pizza, cookies, and energy drinks. Whatever you choose, by the end of this lesson, the objects you want will be launched into the air, and when you click on them, they'll be destroyed. To make this game as fun and fast-paced as possible, we're going to give these objects not 1, not 2, but 3 randomized variables. The position along the bottom of the screen will be randomized so the objects can appear from anywhere. The upward force will be randomized so that the objects fly up to random heights. And the spin or torque we apply will also be randomized so that some objects spin this way, some spin that way, and some barely spin at all. As you can imagine, our old friend random.range is going to be heavily involved in all of this. To destroy the objects, we'll also be testing for a brand new type of user input, the mouse. Unity can easily detect where and when a mouse has been clicked in your game. You can tell when the mouse enters an area, you can tell when the mouse button has been pressed down, you can even tell when the mouse button has been released. All you have to do is detect if a user has clicked one of our objects, and if they have, we'll destroy it. So to make all that happen, I'll see you in Unity.
On mouse up, on mouse down. I think I figured out how to do the machine gun thing then. Okay. A lot of the stuff that we learn, or that I learn in here, I will probably be able to apply to our zombie project. But first we need a new project. I think. Yeah. I'm gonna catch up on chat here. They were like, we made $500 million, but last year we made $600 million. So to make the people who have more money than they know what to do with happy, we will uproot thousands of people's lives because number go up equals good. Yeah, number go up equals good is their mantra at this point. Also, I couldn't help but think of Harry Potter when you said that. When he freaks out about how the previous year he got more presents and was pissed that he didn't have as many. 36, but last year I had 37. Also, who gets 37 fucking gifts on a birthday? You don't need that many, right? This man right here got me debating downloading Unity just to make small, simple projects with more ease for the portfolio rather than bashing my head into Unreal. I mean, you can make smaller stuff in Unreal too. Like that grid-based. What is it that you're trying to make? Like a grid-based game. Like a grid-based like an adventure game, or like a point and click to move kind of thing. No small feat because I really do pride myself on avoiding Unity at all costs. I mean, Unity is still a good engine. It's just the corporate decisions that they've been making are not doing them any favors. And more people are jumping ship to do like Unreal and stuff. Which is why once I'm kind of done with what I'm trying to do with Unity, I might spend some more time with Unreal. The thing I'm working on is no small feat, to be fair. We're aiming for something Jesus. Something similar to Civ. I mean, if you can make like a simplified version of it, then yeah, that's still well within, you know, realistic scope. But yeah, Civ is very, very complicated. There's a lot of variables in that. Any sim game is going to be extremely complicated, just because they're very, very system happy. System happy. They're very system heavy. Not happy just making a hex-based landscape. I want the grid to be an overlay that conforms to the landscape. Oh, so you're doing something like really unique. Like, it would generate the grid based on the landscape? That is really interesting, though. Have you made a hex thing before? Because if you figure out how to make something like, if you make like a hex grid, if you learn how to make a hex grid, you can probably take a lot of that and make some adjustments to it to figure out how to do what you want it to do. Like, that's one thing that I've always learned with, or something that I've always learned and have always been told, is to start by copying what someone else has done that's most similar to what it is you're trying to do. Use that as a foundation and work up from there. The way Civ does their grid, it's an overlay where the landscape itself isn't a grid, but the tiles conform to height changes. Oh, I see what you mean. I've never actually played Civ. I should. Well, once Civilization 7 comes out, I'm definitely going to jump on that. I'm going to jump on board with that. Okay. So we need to make a new project. Working grid generation, but it doesn't conform to the shape of my landscape. So if I have mountains or valleys, the grid is just still flat for me. Oh, I see. Open the Unity Hub, create an empty prototype 5 project in your course directly on the correct Unity version. Yeah. Okay, but what kind of project does it need to be? I guess we'll just do a standard 3D project, because the objects are going to be 3D. Universal 3D, maybe? The URP blank template. Oh, no. Let's do this. We'll name it to Prototype 5. We just wait for it to build a new project, which hopefully isn't like tanking the stream's performance, but it probably will, because my computer is doing a lot right now. It's keeping cool though, it's not heating up too much. I gotta get back to work. Have an amazing stream and good luck on the coding. Thanks! Thanks for popping in and saying hi. And I hope you have a good rest of your day at work. I hope I didn't select the wrong project. Okay. Okay. So we have a new project. We're still waiting for it to finish building. Once we do, then we have to import the package that we made. Or that we downloaded. Actually, I need to unzip that first. Extract all. We're gonna move it to... Whoops. That is where we want to be. Unity Learning. Create with code. Actually, just create with code. Yeah, extract all. And then there should just be prototype starter files. Cool. Honestly, what I'd really like to do is some kind of horror game, which would be much easier to make. That or something akin to Doom. Oh, like an old school, like, boomer shooter? What is a boomer shooter? Yeah, I'm saying that right. Okay. Like Quake or the original Doom. That would be fun. Because honestly, I think doing a first person, like in an FPS, isn't hard to make. Like I could probably make the... I could probably make the first person shooting mechanic in a single stream. Like, and that's just the camera, the first person camera walking around and like shooting from something. Is that basic part is really easy and doesn't take long. Getting it balanced and getting a good recoil animation and stuff like that is a little bit harder. I have never done that before, but I've done shooting. So it's like the core gameplay part of that is not hard to make. It's something that you could easily do for like a quick portfolio thing. It's just polishing game feel you got to spend time on. Getting the game feel right is the hardest part of an FPS, for sure. But you can learn a lot from, I think the Doom 2016, I think, is when it came out. I think it was the 2016 Doom. It was 2015 or 2016. BRB. Oh, yeah, ads. We'll wait a second before continuing that conversation. But there's a GDC talk about how they handled it that was really cool. Okay, we need to import the assets we just downloaded. Assets. Import package. Custom package. Create with code. We need prototype 5 starter files. Open. And import all of those. That's fine. And then I want to change my layout because I hate this. My layout. There we go. Much better. But I do want to add the console to here. Okay, file. preferences. No. No, not that. We want file. No, we want edit, project settings, collaborate, off. I don't know why that still defaults to being on when it's been like that collaboration tool doesn't exist anymore. Alright, so assets should be in here now. Okay, we're going to open that scene. And we can delete our sample scene because we're not using it. We're only using the prototype 5 scene. Prototype extract and import the Unity package into your project. Forget how to do this, yada yada yada. Open the prototype 5 scene, delete the sample scene, click on the 2D icon in the scene view. Alright, we want 2D. Beautiful. Change the texture and background of the color of the borders if you want to. We'll just leave it. Welcome back. But yeah, like I was saying before, you can learn a lot from... There's a TED Talk, or not a TED Talk, GDC Talk about how they did Doom's feel. Like, to give the player a sense of urgency when your health is low. I think it's like the last 3 hit points are actually worth 3 or 4 times the amount of every other hit point on your health bar, so that it looks like you have less health than you actually have, so that you get that sense of urgency, but then you survive because you actually have more health than you think you do, and it makes the player feel really powerful, like they made a close call, when in reality they actually had more life in those last 3 hit points than they normally would. And it's so effective. It's something that's so simple design-wise that is so effective on how the player feels in those moments. Like when I was told that, I was so geeked. Like, it's stuff like that is what gets me excited about game design, because it's these small little tricks that end up being super effective for the player's experience, that keeps them in that flow without having to do something super substantial in order to do it. Heard about Borderlands does similar. Basically, it makes the enemies more prone to miss shots when you're lower. Yeah, like, that's such an effective way of making players feel badass, or just get that rush of barely surviving. No, in newer versions, the 2D button is up in the upper right. Okay, yeah. Alright, we got that. Create good and bad targets.
Now, the first thing that we'll need for this little game is 3 objects that we're going to collect, and then a bad object to avoid. So we're going to go into our project window. We're going to under our assets folder, expand our course library. And then in our course library, we're going to expand our props. Now you can see we have a bunch of different options here, from bad things we don't want to collide with. We have different balls we can use. We have food. There's other types of things. So I think I'm just going to use some of these other objects here. So I like the look of all of these different crates, so I'm going to go and drag them into my hierarchy. You can kind of see they're stacking on top of each other, so we'll just go and we'll use our move tool. And we'll just drag them onto our scene so we can see them. And then we need a bad prop to use, so we'll go into props, bad, and we'll just click and drag. I'll use a skull as one of my bad props. That way it's very clear which ones are good. All of these different crates over here, and then we have our skull, which we definitely don't want to press. Now we're going to rename all of our props so that way it's easier to manage them. So we'll name the skull, and we'll just make this very simple. So we'll call this bad one for the first bad prop. In our crate, we'll name this good 1. So this is the first one. We have good 2. And then our last cube will be good 3. Now, on all of our props, we actually need rigid bodies and box colliders. Because this game is going to be a bunch of objects being thrown up in the air and then falling, we need the physics for that. And then we need colliders because we're actually going to add triggers to each of these boxes as well. So I'm going to select the first box, and then I'll select the last item on the list. And I'm just going to add components, so I'll add a box collider, so hopefully it works on all of them properly. And then I'll add a rigid body. So now we have box colliders and rigid bodies applied to all of them. Just make sure they work properly, so you can see the box looks pretty close. Cube also looks good. That one looks good. Let's see what happens with the bad. Yeah, pretty well lined up. Now what we're going to do is in our assets folder, we're going to right click on it and create a new folder. And this will be for our scripts. And then in our scripts folder, we're just going to make a script called target. And then we're going to select all of our different objects as well, and they'll all use the same target script in general, so we don't need to get very fancy with this.
Wait,
so
what?
Now you can see they all have the target
What was
script
that
applied.
that you just did?
Now in our assets folder, so now very fancy with this.
Target?
So now you can see they all have the target script applied. Now in our assets folder, we'll create a new folder for our prefabs. Now we're going to take each of our different objects and we'll drag them into a prefabs folder. Make sure you create original prefabs. And now, since we have all of our prefabs, I'll just go and delete all of these objects in our scene now, because I don't think we'll need to edit them much later. So delete, and now we're good to go. So what you're going to do is you're going to go into your course library folder underneath props. You can pick a bed prop that you're going to use for your game, and then choose 3 other props. They can be balls, they can be food, they can be any other kind of prop that you want to use. Make sure on all of the props you add a rigid body and a collider. And then just make sure that the collider is properly lined up with the actual object you're using. In our project window, create a new folder for your scripts and create a target script that you'll then apply to each of your different objects on your scene. Once you have the box collider, the rigid body, and your script applied, create a prefabs folder. Drag and drop all of your different objects into your prefabs folder. Create original prefabs. And then you can see all of the different prefabs here with all of the components applied. So, now it's your turn.
Cool. Alright, so we're gonna minimize this a little bit. Oh, come on. I don't know why it defaults to that. Just so I can see this. Can start the music back up again. Gonna look for a while, back later if you're still live. Hell yeah, I appreciate the lurk. Thanks for hanging out. Alright, so we need to drag 3 good objects and 1 bad. So course, library, props, bad. Let's do the bomb, just because that's... And then I think we'll do... balls. So we'll do a ball, or we'll do the bomb for the bad. And name it bad 1. American football. And then we'll rename this to good 1. This will be good 2. Nuclear ball. Nah. Beach ball. Yeah. Good 3. Add a add a rigid body. And box colliders. Actually, yeah, box collider probably still makes sense. And we just want to make sure that those box colliders make sense. And they do. Sphere colliders probably would make more sense for the balls, though. Box collider definitely makes sense for the football because it's not round. Yeah, we'll leave it. Create a new script. Oh, we need a script folder. Create folder. Whoop. Nope. In assets. Folder. Scripts. Then we're going to make a new script in there. And call it target. And then we're going to attach it to all 4 of those objects. Drag all 4 objects into the prefab folder. We don't have a prefab folder, so we're going to make one. Prefabs, original prefabs. Cool. Then we can delete them from the scene. And that's it. First step complete. Create good and bad targets. Toss objects randomly in the air. All right, and while we're here, I'm actually going to pause and take another quick break. Stretch my legs a little bit, go to the bathroom, and yeah. All right, we'll be back in a few. Alright, I'm back. We're gonna continue. I still want to commit... How am I doing on time? 87 minutes? So, an hour and some change. And then we'll be done with game development stuff for the day. And then we'll see how I'm feeling after that. My voice is starting to get a little bit tired, so I don't know if I'm going to continue stream after that and play a game, or I might wrap up. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how I'm feeling. Alright. So, clicky mouse. Oh, this is the whole lesson. Never mind. Toss objects randomly in the air.
So we have each of our different prefabs created, and we've applied our components to them. So now we're actually going to use our target script to control the force that they move in the air, the random position that they start off at the bottom of the scene, and then torque to be able to rotate the object. If you double click on your target script, now with our target script open, we're going to create some variables. So we're going to create a private variable for our rigid body so that we can just find it using getComponent. And we'll call this target RB, since each one of our different objects are the different targets we're trying to hit. In our start method, we're going to take target RB and we'll set it to be the component on our object, which is our rigid body. Now that we have our rigid body component, we need to apply a force on our object so that when it spawns, it moves up in our scene, so then it can fall down. So using our target rigid body, we're going to add a force. In this case, our force is going to be in the up direction. And we'll multiply this by a random value for now, so we're actually going to use our random range method. And we'll set it, just to test, we'll use 12 as the lowest value that it can be and 16 as the highest. And we actually want this force applied instantly, so we'll use a force mode.
Impulse?
And we'll use our impulse.
Yeah.
Another thing that we want to do is we actually want this object to rotate and move as it gets sent through our scene. So we're going to use our rigid body again. This time, we're actually going to use torque. So add torque. And so torque will actually apply the force for our objects to rotate. In this case, we just need the directions that the torque will be applied in. So we'll use random ranges for our X, our Y, and our Z. So we'll randomly generate a value that it will rotate in, say, -10 and 10. So that's on the X. We need to generate another random value. I'm just going to actually reuse this bit of code, so I'm actually just going to copy this. And I'll paste it into our Y value, and then I'll paste it into our Z value. So our X, our Y, and our Z are all calculating different random values between -10 and 10. Again, we want this force applied instantly, so we'll actually use another force mode. And then we want to set the position of our object randomly on our X. Finally, what we're going to do is we're going to create a random place for our different object to spawn. So we're going to get the position of our current object, and we'll set this to be a new vector 3. And for the X, it'll be a random range. So we'll try and keep it between, let's say, like -4 and 4. This way it stays between the left and right side of our screen. For our Y value, we'll set it to something like -6. That way it spawns underneath the scene. And then for our Z value, we can set it to 0. Now if we want to test and see how this looks, we can actually drag our prefabs into our hierarchy and we'll randomly create those effects. So it has the random position, it's got the random force applied. Now,
Nice.
one little bit of clarity that we can actually add. So since we're not actually using the Z value here, we can actually remove this. And since we're not really moving anything on the Z in general, in this case, it'll set the X to be a random range, the Y will be -6 underneath what our player can see, and our Z is always just going to be 0. So what you're going to do is in your target script, you're going to create a rigid body variable. You're going to get the reference for that rigid body component. Now that you have your rigid body component, add a force in the up direction using a random strength between 12 and 16, and make sure that you apply the force with an impulse. In our next line of code, we're going to add torque to apply rotation to our object, and we're just going to use randomly generated values for all of the different X, Y, and Z. And then we're going to set the position of our object to be a random range on our X and just below what our player can see on the Y. Now it's your turn.
Cool. Okay, so we're just going to do exactly what he did, pretty much. And we're just going to copy the code that he did. So we need to open target.cs. Come on. There we go. Okay. Declare a new private rigid body target RB. Body RB. Does it need to be private? Yeah. It doesn't have to be private, but it definitely does not need to be public, so we'll just make it private. Initialize it in start, so rigid body or RB equals get component rigid body, which gets this object's rigid body. Add an upward force multiplied by a random speed. So, RB dot add force. No overload method takes 0. Yeah. We need arguments for that. Add an upward force. I forget what this needs. The force and the force mode. Okay, so we need the vector 3 force. So vector 3. Wait. Add force. I'm going to turn the music back on just because it's so silent. Plus 3 other overloads. Right, so we need a vector 3 for the force and then the force mode. Okay, so just vector 3. Upward force. So we need the vector 3, which will be 0. Y needs to be... No, not force mode. Y will be random dot range. And we'll say he did 12 and 16. We're gonna do 20 and 25. And then force mode dot impulse. What's wrong here? What? What's wrong with it? Oh, 0, 0. Or Z is 0. And then force mode dot impulse. Okay, so we did have to have Z for some reason. Huh, I did that wrong. Add force. Oh, yeah, we'll call this target RB. Oh, actually, when you need to rename a variable, always remember to right click and then select rename, because when you do that, it'll rename it everywhere that variable is being used. So like if you've got a script that's like 1,000 lines and that's being referenced like all throughout it, right click and rename, and it'll rename every single instance of that variable. Do not go through that entire code and change every single one individually. That is so unnecessary. Have I done that before? Yes. Because I didn't realize that you could just rename it in one spot and it would change it everywhere. Okay, we're gonna change this to what he typed, because I tried to do it by myself and it did it wrong. Vector 3 dot up times random dot range and we're not going to do 12 and 16. We're going to do 25 or 20 and 25. And then force mode impulse. Force mode dot impulse. I don't understand why that wasn't working before. Add a torque with randomized XYZ values. We've never done torque. I've never done torque before, so was that target RB dot add torque? What does add torque do? Adds a torque to the okay. I'm a physics nerd and I don't know what torque is. What is torque? The measure of the force that can cause an object to rotate. Oh, that's a rotation. Okay. A measure of the force that can cause an object to rotate about an axis. Just as force is what causes an object to accelerate in linear kinematics, torque is what causes an object to acquire angular acceleration. I see. And torque equals radius times force sin 0, where 0 is the angle between F and the lever arm. Okay. So add torque. And we want random range. Whoop, random dot range. And we'll do what he did. -10 and 10. Whoops. And then random dot range. Same thing. -10 and 10 for the y value. And we do need z. Oh, no we don't. Or maybe we do? Why? Oh, we want the same thing for z. Okay. Okay, yeah, random range. -10 and 10. Force mode dot impulse. Okay. Next. Set the position with a randomized x value. Transform dot position equals new vector 3 random dot range -4 and a 4, because like he said in the video, that is our, and we want negative, what is it, -6? Oh wait, -6. No, -6. And that's what we got. So now, just to test this out like he did, and it's just good practice to do that. Play. Prefab. Whoa, alright. Maybe 20 and 25 was a little too much. We'll do what he did, 12 and 16. I don't know why mine went up. Or maybe that was just too high. Now let's try. Okay. How about 14 through 18? Just because I feel like they are still so low on the screen. Like, why not get them up to the top screen at least? Oh wait, this is the that's not game mode. That's the scene mode. Hold on a second. What does it look like on here? Okay. I think that looks good. Ad is going to start in about 5 minutes, by the way. Cool. We got that working. Replace messy code with new methods. Messy code. I mean, I guess, because we're doing a lot of random ranges all in start. Or if we have those, if we have new variables for it and then put them in functions, that's going to be way cleaner and somewhat future-proof.
So we have our script for our target set up. We're just going to do a little bit of cleanup just because we have a lot of these different methods and we have a lot of different hard values. So we're going to make our code just a bit more readable. So we have values for our speed. We have values for our torque that we're going to apply. We have a range for X position and we have our spawn position. So we'll just create a bunch of those variables. So we'll make a private float for our min speed, our minimum speed, and we'll set this to 12 for now. We'll make another float for our max, and this will be 16. For our torque, we'll make a torque variable, and we'll set this to be 10. And then we have a range that our X can spawn in. And we have a position for our Y. Now we'll go in and replace all these values really quick. So in our random range for our add force, we're going to change our 12 to be the minimum speed that we want our objects to move. And then we'll change the 16 to the maximum speed. Across our random.range for our torque, we'll apply our max torque for the negative values
Makes
and
sense.
positive values. So this way, it's just using max torque to see the range that it should be creating random numbers at. And then finally, for our position, we'll change the range that our object spawns at to our X range between -4 and 4. And then we can just remove the -6, so we'll make this the actual Y spawn position. Now, if we wanted to make our code a little bit more readable, we could create random variables for the X random torque, Y random torque, and Z random torque. That doesn't really save us any lines of code, really, so it's not entirely useful to do. But what we can do is, since we have all of these different lines that are each doing one specific task, we can put these into methods to make it a bit easier for when we need to use them. So we'll make a new vector3 method, so that way we can return a vector3, and this will be for our random force. So here's where we'll calculate a random force and then send it back to us. And then in fact we can just have it return this entire line of code in our add force. So we'll cut that with Control or Command X, paste it down in random force with Control or Command V. And now in our add force method, we can actually just call our random force method. We can do the same thing for the torque. Since random just returns a float, we'll use our float, call this random torque, so it generates a different torque value every time. We can actually just take our random range, have it return that random range, and then we can just call random torque. we just cut out all the random ranges, and we'll just paste our random torque method into each of those different parameters. And then last but not least, since we're creating a random spawn position, we can just use a method to do that too. So again, we'll create another vector 3 since we're using a vector 3. We can take where we create our actual random spawn position. If we cut that out of our start method, in our vector 3 we return and then we paste that entire line of code. Now one thing you might notice between our random spawn position method that returns a vector 3 and random force that returns a vector 3 is that our random force does not use the new keyword versus our random spawn position, which does. That's because with random force, because we're multiplying a vector 3 that already exists and multiplying it by values, we can return that vector 3 immediately. In our random spawn position, because we're actually creating a new vector 3, we actually need to use the new keyword to create a new vector 3 variable with values that we can then use. And then in our transform.position, we can just call random spawn position. So now our code is a lot more clean. In the places where we're really using our different methods, it's much easier to read. We have variables, so we can change them whenever we need to. And then in our different helper methods, we're doing different things like calculating a random force so that we can use it, or a random torque, or a random position. Now it's your turn.
Alright, so we're just going to follow what he just did. Which is something that we've kind of gotten used to at this point, which is essentially just taking these random variables that we're just calling directly and hard coding them in. We're going to write them in methods or functions. Unity calls it methods. It's a function. Alright, so we're going to declare some variables up here. Private float, min speed, private float, max speed, private float, max torque. Torg, that's not a word. Private float. We don't want min torque, we want x range. And private float y spawn position. Create a new function for vector 3 random force and call it in start. So, nope, not update. Whoop, nope, fuck. We don't need these lines. Float. No, not float. Vector 3 random force. Force. Random force. Return this. And then we can cut that and do random force. Cool. And then another float, random torque. So I'm just going to throw the music back on. There we go. What did you write? Oh, we need to declare all of these. So min speed equals 14. Max speed equals 20. And then this will be min speed. This will be max speed. Max torque equals 10. And this will be, take all of this. Wait, all of this. Oh, float random torque. Oh, I don't know why I did that. There we go. And we want that. We want max torque. Ah! My cord pinched me. Max torque. Oh. Wait. What am I missing here? Oh. Wait. What? Oh, I'm not fucking calling it. Return this. Oh, no, I don't need to return that. I just need to return this. Random.range. There we go. I was so confused. So then we just call random torque. Alright, I'm missing something. Random.range. Right. Oh, that's probably why. There we go. Random torque. that there. Just finish the line. And then we need a random spawn position. So vector 3, random spawn position. And we want to return this. Oh, we want new vector 3, and then we want our x range, which equals 4. And position, which is 6. No, which is -6, excuse me. So now this will be negative x range, and this will be x range. And then this will be y spawn position. And then instead of this, it'll be random spawn position. Oh, why are you doing that? And there we go. Now that should do all the exact same stuff that we just did. But now it's cleaner and more flexible for change. See that? Sorry, 1 second. I'm just check Discord really quick. It's getting a bunch of notifications. Okay. Alright, that step is now complete. Create object list in Game Manager. Oh. So we need a Game Manager now.
We have all of our prefabs set up so they're randomly spawned at different positions. They have different forces applied to them so that they fly up the screen. Now we're going to use a list to keep track of all of these objects to spawn them. But instead of using a spawn manager, we're actually going to create a game manager, since we're also going to use the game manager to control the states of our game later. In your project hierarchy, if you click the create button and create an empty for creating an empty game object, we'll rename this game object as game manager. And then we need a game manager script to be able to actually use it. So in our scripts folder, if we right click, create a C# script, and call it Game Manager. We'll now apply our Game Manager script to our Game Manager object, and you can see that it's applied. A cool thing you might notice is that on the script, instead of having the little C# icon on it, it actually has a gear icon. So in Unity, it actually tries to help you in a lot of ways, and in this case, because Game Manager is a script that people use very often, Unity actually creates a special icon just for it, so then that way you know that this is actually something that we'll use to control the different settings for our game. If we open up the Game Manager script, now we're going to do something similar in our Game Manager script to get the list of all of the objects we're going to use. So we're going to use public so we can apply the references. But instead of using an array, we can use a very similar data structure called a list. And then with a list, we actually need to give it the type of something. So we'll create a game object, and we'll call this targets. Now, a list is extremely similar to an array. So if we were to create our own array, we could call it game objects, and then targets2. And you can see I misspelled game objects. So the notation is very similar, but with a list itself, we can actually pass it in the type of thing that we want, versus with an array, we have to tell the array what that thing is before we make the array itself. Lists and arrays have slightly different functionality in terms of the ways that they work. Overall, lists and arrays have slightly different functionality. So there are times where a list is more useful than an array. But for the purpose of this project, we'll just use a list for now so that we can kind of get used to it and see how it works and how similar it is. Now when we save, when we go into Unity, you can see our Game Manager script. It has the name of the targets. We can create a size, very similar to how we made a size for our array. So we'll set this to 4.
And if you're on a newer version of Unity, your size field might be over here on the right, and you might have little plus buttons to add items to the list manually. But otherwise, it's exactly the same.
I love that you can tell that he recorded
and we
that
have
later.
4 elements that we can give it. So we'll give it the bad object, the good object, the second one, and the third one. So what you're going to do is in your project hierarchy, you're going to create a new empty object, call it Game Manager. You're going to create a new script called Game Manager, apply that script to the Game Manager object. In your Game Manager script, create a new public list of game objects. And then in your Game Manager, just make sure that you apply the prefabs onto each of the different elements. Now it's your turn.
All right. So we're gonna make a game object. We're gonna make a game manager now. Second breakfast. Okay. So, hold on. Create a new game manager empty object. Create empty game manager. Oh, we'll put a space in there. Create a new game manager script. Create C# script game manager. attach it to our game manager in here. Then we're going to open the script. Declare a new public list. So public list of game objects. Called targets. And then in the inspector, change it to 4. We want 4. Oops. And we want all of these things. Good 1, good 2, good 3. What's up? What? You gotta go outside? You gotta go potty? Alright, I'm gonna let her out really quick. Okay, I'm back. Where were we? And assign your prefabs in newer versions of Unity, yada yada yada. Can create a new game object from... Oh. Okay. Okay, well we did that. Create a coroutine to spawn objects. Okay. It's been 50 minutes again, so I'm gonna go ahead and take another quick break. Someone shot off a firework again. Alright. We will be back. Okay, I'm back. We'll do Unity stuff for probably like 40 more minutes ish. We'll probably just finish up this lesson pretty much. Okay, so create a coroutine to spawn objects.
We've created a game manager object that has our game manager script that now can control all of the different prefabs that we have. Now what we'll need to do is we want to instantiate them over time, so we'll use a coroutine again, and we'll learn about a new loop that we can use to do that. In our game manager script, we're actually going to create a new method first. Now we're going to create another IEnumerator method called spawnTarget. That way we can actually use the waitForSeconds method to control the length of time between each spawn. We need to use the yield keyword again, and we need to return a new waitForSeconds, and it needs a float of seconds. For now we'll just use spawn rate because we'll create the variable later. Now we need to actually get a random object from our list to use, so we'll use our index so we can select that object in the list. Using its position, we'll get a random number between the first object and the last object. So similar to how in arrays we got the length, we can use targets, but in this case we actually get the count. And so this will actually give us the count of how many objects are in that list. In this case it's 4, so it'll be a random number between 0 and 4. And then we need to actually instantiate that object. So using our targets, we select the one at the index that we're going to use, so that way we either get our bad object or one of our 3 good objects. Now, the loop that we're going to use to control this is called a while loop. And a while loop is a fusion between a for loop and an if statement. So an if statement requires a condition to tell it when to stop. A for loop will iterate over something a certain number of times to execute your code. So a while loop will execute your code continuously, but instead of giving it a defined number of times to run, we can actually use a condition to tell it when it should actually stop running. We don't actually have a condition we're going to use just yet, so we'll just set this to be true. So while this is true, which will always be, we can do our line of code here to spawn our objects. Our spawn rate is still mad at us because it hasn't been initialized yet, so we'll create a private float spawn rate, and we'll set that to 1 for now, so it'll spawn every 1 second. Now, in our start method, we'll use a coroutine to actually start that spawn timer. So if we start coroutine, spawn target. Now, after we've saved, if we go to play our game, you should see through the magic of our programming that we have all of these different obstacles, and even though they're running into each other, that's totally fine. You can see it's randomly creating different obstacles over time. What you're going to do in your game manager class, make sure you create a spawn rate to keep track of the number of seconds that you want something to spawn. You're going to create another IEnumerator method for our spawn target. We're going to use a while loop, and for now our condition will just be that it's always true. In our while loop, we will yield return the waitForSeconds using the spawn rate that we actually wanted to spawn at, so 1 every second. You're going to get the index of an object to choose from our list, and then you're actually going to instantiate that object using the index to grab it from our targets list. And then in our start method, just create a coroutine using start coroutine, and then call our spawn target method. Now it's your turn.
Okay, so I'll throw the music back on. I didn't realize that this song was from Marvel Snap. Alright. So, we need a coroutine. Or wait, hold on. Private float spawn rate. Okay. And then in start, no, not in start. Under update, we're gonna do enumerator, spawn target. Then we'll write that like a method. Inside the new method, while true, wait, huh? Oh, while true. Wait. Oh. Wait for seconds. 1. Okay, I'm missing something here. Oh, yield return. While true, yield. Whoop. Whoop. Yield return. Wait for seconds. 1F or 1.0 or spawn rate. And we need to actually have spawn rate up here. Spawn rate equals 1.0F. Int index equals random.range 0 and targets.count. Oh, new wait for seconds. There we go. I was wondering why that was yelling at me. And then instantiate targets index. I also don't know why it kept doing that to me. up in start. Use the start coroutine method to begin spawning objects. So start coroutine spawn target. So now that should start spawning. Look at that. That's cool. Alright, I am starting to think that maybe this range was too big. Oh no, that should be 18, not 20. Okay. What's our timer at? Okay. Okay, that's done there. Destroy target with click and sensor.
Now our objects are all spawning using our game manager, and every second you'll see a different object being created. Now you can see over in our hierarchy that we have all of these different objects that are continually being produced and not being destroyed. So we'll need to destroy them in two different ways. So we'll actually get a register for when we actually click on one of these different objects to delete it. But then also we need to destroy it whenever it gets off of what the player can see. Now that we're in our target script, we're going to add in a new method. So in this case, we're going to override a method that Unity already has made for us, which is really handy. So if we private void, now we can type on mouse up, or we can type on mouse down. We'll also type in on mouse up just so you can see it. Now, because this actually happens so often in different games and in different projects, Unity has already made a method to detect whenever your mouse is inside of a collider of an object and you click down, or if you let go of your click, it will then fire off an event that will then immediately use whatever lines of code are inside of this block. So similarly, for when we did key presses, when you press the spacebar down or you let go of the spacebar, you could detect that and then you could fire off a line of code. In this case, we don't have to program any of that because we can just use these functions that already exist. So I'll get rid of on mouse up and I'll just use on mouse down for now. And so when the mouse is down inside one of our objects, we will then destroy that game object. Just to test our on mouse down, let's see if we play our game. You can see the boxes going up in the air. I clicked in the wrong place. One's gone, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now you can see we can delete them when we click on them. However, they're still getting created and they're not being removed when they actually leave the player's view. Helpfully, in our project, we actually already have an empty game object created called a sensor, and it has a box collider already applied to it that has a trigger. So in our target script, we can actually use the onTriggerEnter method, since the sensor is the only thing that has a trigger applied to it. And then when one of our objects enters the trigger for that sensor, then we can destroy it. One thing you might have noticed too when we were playing our game is that the boxes were spawning a little bit too low. So fortunately, since we saved the Y spawn position as a variable, if we just move up the boxes a little bit, maybe to like, let's call it a -2. Now you can see when we test our game, our boxes should spawn a little bit higher. And then when they run into the collider, they get removed when they enter the trigger. One thing you might notice in our target script is in our overridden variables, you'll see the private keyword. However, in our custom methods, you'll see that we don't use the private keyword. A really nice thing about scripts is, in fact, if we don't state that something is private or public, it'll automatically actually make our variables, if they're global, or our methods private. So what you're going to do is in your target script, you're going to create an on mouse down overridden method. And in that method, you're going to destroy the game object. So that way, when our mouse is inside the collider of one of our objects, when we click our mouse down, it'll actually destroy that game object. And similarly, you'll create an on trigger enter method where when one of the game objects runs into the sensor at the bottom of our scene, it'll destroy that game object too. Now it's your turn.
Okay. Why is this still not working? Boskans, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Okay. We're basically just gonna follow exactly what he did. And I already changed that variable, so. Okay, so. Private. Oh, wait. We want it in target. So. Private. Void. On mouse down. Add a new method for private on mouse down, and inside that function, destroy the game object. Destroy game object. Whoops, game object. Cool. And then on trigger enter. Why? Excuse me. Thank you. On trigger enter. Why are you doing that? Whoops. Private void on trigger enter. There we go. Destroy game object. Cool. So now when we click on one of these balls, it'll get destroyed. And also, if it falls... Uh-oh. Well, right now when they touch each other, they also get destroyed. So we'll need to make that change. Hold on. If other dot get type, oh. Oh, get type. Type. Does that not work? Okay, well, we'll just leave it as is. Maybe it'll get fixed later. We'll have to figure that out. What's going on here now? Huh? Oh, random dot range. What the fuck is happening? Times random dot. What? Why is that broken now? What the fuck just happened? Okay, well, it's fine now. Alright, I don't want to mess with it now. Okay.
So we've got the makings of a solid foundation for our game. So when we press play, you can see all of the different objects being thrown into the air. When they get past this sensor bar at the bottom, they get removed. If we click on them, they also get removed. In this lesson, we also learned about using our 2D versus our 3D view. In this case, since we're playing in 2D, it's a lot easier if we just look at our entire view through the 2D lens. We learned how to also apply torque to the rigid bodies of our objects in our target script. We also created a game manager object instead of a spawn manager because we'll be using this to actually control the state of our game as we add more to it. In our game manager script, we learned how to use lists in place of arrays to be able to get different objects. We reused our IEnumerator and coroutines, and inside actually used a while statement to be able to control while something is happening to keep iterating over our blocks of code and keep doing them over and over again. And then finally, we learned how to use a new method, our on mouse down, so that whenever we get our mouse clicked, we can actually immediately know when it's over one of our objects, and we can destroy the game object as a result. In our next lesson, we'll make this game look just a little bit better by adding in some effects, as well as keeping track of the score whenever we click on one of these different objects. See you in the next lesson.
Wait, so did he do something that would... Maybe these shouldn't be triggers? But then they do that. And then they destroy themselves. Did he do something in his code differently than what we did? Maybe we'll figure it out later, I guess. We did it. Programming level 3. Alright. That's probably a good place to leave off. Next we'll be keeping score, which I have done before. But he'll probably have a much more efficient way of doing it than what I did. Mine was a mess. Actually, let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Create with code. My project. Assets. Scripts. Maybe it was in the game manager. Where is the game manager? What the fuck? Yeah, this shit. It was very messy. So I'm hoping what he does is a little bit less messy. Okay. We'll say that that's done. Did 3 hours of Unity stuff today. Of game dev stuff, which is good. We did the 3 hours. I was thinking about playing a game. But I don't know. Let me take another quick break and just let me take a breather for a minute, and then we'll come back and we'll either end stream there or we'll play a game. Alright, I will be right back. Okay. I'm back. I think we're gonna end stream here. I guess we had some plans for tonight. But we'll find someone to raid. See who's live. Let's send it to Goddess of Kitties. They're playing Chained Together with a group, it looks like. What the fuck is this? Chained Together? Is this one of these endless climbers? Oh, she just left. She has a cat cam though. Okay, we'll wait a second for her to come back.
Somebody one day should name their twin children Pete and Repeat.
What?
That's not a bad idea. Dude, have you seen the old, like, hieroglyphics? Not hieroglyphics, but, like, cave paintings of cats where people didn't know how to draw the face of cats, so they just drew human faces on the cats?
Yeah, I think so. Hold on. I want to see. Which is essentially like how the Egyptian gods, I think, happened, right? Or no, that's the other way around. That's the other way around.
It's the climb. I can almost see it.
All right.
That dream.
Okay, we're gonna raid them. I don't know when the next stream is gonna be. I have no idea if I'm starting work on Friday. If I'm not, then I guess we'll stream on Friday. But going forward, my schedule is gonna be weird. I'll be sure to keep you guys updated about what streams are gonna look like and what my schedule is gonna be like. But I do want to continue streaming while outside of work, just to make sure that I'm still continuing to work on Unity stuff, that I'm still working on game development stuff. Yeah. And I still want to stream games and stuff too. It's just the schedule is going to be weird, and I'm going to try and keep my energy and motivation up outside of work, because I know that's going to be kind of exhausting, but we'll do our best. Alright. We're going to raid Goddess of Kitties for... what is she playing again? Chained Together? Looks like an endless climber where you're chained to your friends. It looks kind of goofy. Alright. I'll keep you guys updated on next streams. And I'll see you then. Have a good night, everybody.